lost about 6 inches overnight. That's interesting. I've shrunk, yeah. That's interesting. So the didgeridoo, the little roo, is down there. There's the big lad, which is quite interesting because he seems to be parked at an angle. But we have another little Joey sitting over there on remote. Now look at this. First day, first try. Here we go. Yeah, right, say, sa. 350 over there. He's just woken up. Don't want to come out, does he? I think that 350 was out with his mates last night. Though. He's just like, I don't want to come out. Don't want to come out, no. Get John to do it. Look at that, United. Their new hangar, which looks a bit old and bedraggled, that's their. No surprises that they got an engine issue. Guess what United will have to do? They'll have to fly a load of engines over here, won't they? Well, they will, won't they? Yeah, go on, son. Okay, Air Pete 1 flying back to Miami, having come out here for the Coronation. Fair play, and he's on the 380 with British Airways. Right, ETA 1039. So, oh, we got some. Oh, nice. Got some nice fluffage going on here, folks. Good morning, everybody. This is not, don't adjust your sets. This is not a United base, although I have to say, it's the only place in the UK where they have a maintenance hangar, a dedicated maintenance hangar. As a passenger and also a crew member on BA 207, did you say? So Connect 4 with Finnair, it's actually not. It's I call it the Connect 4, but it's actually an art, a piece of art. He's an artist. eventually you get massively used to it as a pilot. Always looks like they've got their test reg on there, because it's kind of like, you know, it's just like a load of 50p pieces, isn't it? Chili, I think you've got the I'm assuming the old you've got yesterday's thumbnail up. Yeah. Is it? I'll just trust you that it isn't. Okay. Gary Krausen tuning in from Stansted. Cynthia Selick, good morning from Germany. Helen Clapp, Deborah Speller, Mirrors, Jules, sundown, morning hours, let Heathrow look like a US airport at times. Okay, I kind of get it. First day officially as the King of England, Charles. King Charles. Wow, man, look how quick that thing went up. It is effortless, isn't it? It does seem to be very effortless for the 350 to get going. Just getting it. GE90 powered 777-200. That'll be an ER, I think. ERA. Oh, there. Dew point, or the moisture content. It's definitely up there just before they disappear into the cloud. Yeah, big shout out to Gary for yesterday. Gary, thank you so much once again, and of course to our good friends at the Rembrandt. Gary, little did I know, but bloke's flown on literally every conceivable plane there is. Fair play to him, lucky him. Classic 747s from the past. Flew with Virgin Atlantic on their 200 variant, as well as Malaysian 380s, old 747s. He kept saying, yeah, and TriStar. I'm like, all right, flipping heck. Wind me up. Yusuf is a returning member. Welcome back, Yusuf. Pussy PJ, Dave J. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Les tuning in from Boston, Lincolnshire, lovely part of the world, up there in bomber country. BizKit, I saw 3 Cathay Pacific jets and an Air Canada 737. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, you're right. There's 2 Cathay Pacific jets there, one 350, one 777. Oh yeah, he's right. You know, there's the 3rd one over there. He's. Do you want to come do the camera? 737 Max, look at that. That's an Atlantic crossing. Singapore Slinger still yet to be closed up. 11:25 we're hearing her departure time, so that's been put back a little bit. Whether they've adjusted the schedule, I don't know.
Good morning. Echo 6 Bravo. Peter Room, Foxy B, Thea Love, good morning. Jeanette Haynes, Evans, Sabira, Chunky, it is busy. W, 7200 LR has a rate of -300. W, 777 LR has the rate wing tip like a 300, as does the 777-200 freighter. Okay, interesting. So this is a big beefy set of GE90s on this 200 variant with United. Big smiley face on him. Oh, I'll tell you what is also down there, which is quite interesting. It's so small on this sausages. Stop it. Really? Oh no. Are you serious, man? Is that serious? Someone, hold on a minute, you're telling me that someone got a message, the TV licensing people actually went to the trouble of sending a letter out to someone who was watching YouTube to a work. Oh, that's hilarious, man. Oh, that's hilarious, man. Yeah, what are they going to do, man? Honestly, what are they going to do? You know, send the TV licensing army around, super army soldiers with a TV licensing army. It's like, come on, man, come on, really? You got more, you know, really. Oh, wow, that's funny. Yeah, but hold on a minute, have they just made that? Oh, wow, look at this! Sorry, folks, look at that. It's a bit of a mishmash, isn't it? Have they just bolted that on because they're losing money or something like that, or have they just made it up like a new, like added it onto the bottom of the regulations? Yeah, but mate, I mean, YouTube's only been around for like 10 years, isn't it, or so, however many years, or 20 years, or original TV license wasn't didn't have it like that on it, so they've amended it and added it on. So what next? Of course, yeah. If you've got eyes, you've got a TV license. Is pushing. I think that Cafe Jet, maybe she's either wow, that is a I've got to come back to this, folks, because that is like, you know, you don't see this every day, do you? Star Alliance United's 777. Now normally she would have would she have those blue engine cowls? I mean, obviously I can appreciate that the newer variant, the newer livery has got the blue cowls on it, hasn't it? So is that what it is? Is that, I think that must be what it is. Wow, look at those beautiful lining. Look at the lining inside the engine. The Kevlar lining, that green that you see there is to absorb any impact of debris or ice, and even a blade off scenario. Okay, 207 on radar, folks. Rubbish mechanic tuning in from sunny Coventry. Someone's got the weather. Michael Bullock, good morning and a very warm welcome back to Big Jet TV, my friend. Great to see you here, along with all our other wonderful members. Len Scapoff, Sam Tweedale, Laura, Jerry, the SFO on Dave, when coming back to Miami last time, yeah. Oh, Dave the pilot. Yes, right. Oh, blimey, this is done. Oh, really? Oh, we'll definitely get away. We should get away. Well, mind you, probably won't, because it's illegal for him to move his hand anywhere above the 45-degree mark on the cockpit. Stop doing that! Gareth Lydiats. Very good morning to you, Gareth. Great to see you here. A new member, shiny new member, still got the cellophane wrapping on it. And if it's anything like half the flipping things you get these days with cellophane wrapping on, it'll be a good half an hour before you manage to get it off. Jeff Anderson, Nigel Armstrong, Kim Greville, good morning. We're off to Heathrow now for some Planespotting. Kim, have a wonderful day. Decent weather here, I've got to be honest with you. Low cloud, lowish cloud base, but wow, another bleeding United jet. Now you might hear this triple, because there's a bit of a ramp there that they're parked at. So you might hear him power up to get up that ramp. Just a little burst of power. Sometimes it's a sort of like a controlled amount, or sometimes it's just like bosh, straight through the box and then back again. Yeah, at least flash the lights, can't they? Lucy Martin, Lloyd Bell, Richard Joy. Rogue the Tan, tuning in from Memphis. Happy New Rain or whatever. So Cruz, we had a mini flight past in North Wales from RAF Cranwell. Better than nothing. Yeah. Yeah, what a great shape. I mean, look at the weather today. It's just bleeding typical, isn't it? Although somebody on our YouTube comments did actually mention, and rightly so, that it's lovely to have the rain. We're very fortunate. We shouldn't grumble about it because, you know, at the end of the day, it keeps our land fresh and green. Green and fresh. The past
Yusuf, I attended the... Here we go. What's that him? It's him. Size of the spinners on those GEs, man. Actually, they might be Pratt. What do you think? Are they Pratts? No, wouldn't be on that. They've got the GEs. Check out the little vortex forward of the, just below the leading edge engine cowl, folks. The engine nacelle or nacelle, whichever way you want to call it. I'm gonna close in on this beautiful Star Alliance. Obviously they've done that because of the. It just clashes, doesn't it? It's like, a bit like wearing brown shoes with black trousers, isn't it? Trent 800 engines, Rolls-Royce. Looking clean, man. She's clean. Where he's sitting. So where he's sitting, this guy on the say he's got his torches on the right hand side of me. Side last seat. Okay, so right at the back then. So oh yeah. Oh yeah. Example of, in terms of reverse thrust, something that Screaming Emu, one of our resident members and also Rolls-Royce engineer, also made a point of a couple of weeks ago about the reverse thruster, the thrust reverser action, in terms of the fact that it pushes the thrust sideways, or in the case of a bucket style reverser, upwards and downwards, into a wall of air, literally. great example of that coming up on a post that I'm going to be putting out in the next few days. Here comes our 380 now. BA 380 on radar. What's that, GP? What's up? Do you want to do it quickly, Jilly? Just leave the video on. No, I'm not going to go through all this. I'm not going to go through a whole Should we just try it? Give it a go, yeah? Okay, stand by then. Stand by. Flipping it. Oh, I've unplugged. Oh no. Okay. I've put it into the bond. Yes. Seriously, mate. If you turn it up. Yeah, but you shouldn't have to do that, should you? You don't normally do that. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Right, let's forget about that. Let's just see if Yeah, but that's the old one, Jelly. That's the old one, isn't it? Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Switch it back, switch it back, switch it back, switch it back. Nice. No, don't bother, Jilly. Don't bother. Just carry on. Yeah. It might have been better, but it was. That's very peculiar, that one, but anyway, that's what it is. Can we just watch planes and enjoy? Can we just watch planes and enjoy? From this 777. What's going on here? It's an RTO. It is an RTO, isn't it? Well, I say a rejected takeoff. It's a didn't even get going, really, did he? I'm guessing this is just going to turn around and come back and do it again. Nice little Aer Lingus retro jet sitting up over there, minding his own business. Let's see if this. Something wasn't right there, was it? Somebody's saying just now 2 747s inbound today, I believe. Virgin's departing this morning. Squopy, haven't seen this happen in a while. Yeah, it's obviously nothing to be concerned about because he's back in the lineup again. What that would have potentially been Saxium, thank you very much indeed. Guy Calvelli, thank you. Easy. London Heathrow. Thank you, Guy. Sure it would have been just something that's either a member of the cabin crew has come on the radio to say that somebody's up and out of their seat or something. People do it, man. I've seen them. Not so much on departure, but more so when they're when we're arriving. You know, people getting up like before the aircraft's even got anywhere near the gate. It just amazes me. Nigel Armstrong, no kerosene smell this morning, I'm afraid. More curry than anything else, to be honest with you. It smells like somebody's a fresh bag of curry powder right beside me there. Rachel Van Zandt, ZHL looks tiny. Good jet. Jay Patel, difficult one that, Jay. Well, this one's got a smile on her face and looks like she wants to go. I don't know if the onboard systems say otherwise because once again she's here we go. On that A300, man. Nice 330. 200 variant this. AP flying out of Heathrow at 5:35 today on Air France 1281 to Paris. Flying on on the brand new 220 by the sounds of it. Probably wouldn't be anything else, I wouldn't have thought. Brian Stewart off to Chicago, that 777, I think. Bram, 30 years old, DHL. Thank you. Tony Jutty, good morning. Nabil. As a rampaging there and Air France is one of our main clients. Nabil's going to be loading up his aircraft. How about that? Pratt & Whitney. PW4000s, I think, on this 330. Another jet that's been cleaned. Jerry and aeroplanes, an occasional bus or emergency vehicle. That is plenty for me. There we go. Satisfied customer. Jeff Anderson, very true. Paul be away. John Davies, good luck with the subtitles, yeah. Lavan 74, thank you. Michael White, good day to you, tuning in from Bangkok. Very warm welcome to you. Jordan Goff, Delta has no transponder on. Probably will do any moment now, innit? Or something like that. Pulling into position with Dave up front and one of our members on board as well. Right at the back. Wow, she's a dirty jet, that 380, man. Dave, you could have given her a wash before you came out, mate. Taking her down the car wash or something. Look at the state of it. Another Pratt & Whitney powered jet. This one's going to go up like a skyrocket. You watch. Angela Corkery. Don't move. I'm watching. Okay, I'm going to have to come back to him, folks. Lovely fella. Oh, look at this double 380. To the blue yonder. There's something. It's an interesting panel on the reverse thruster door on the on that 380 on the engine. Quite interesting. I noticed to see if that's this one for Gary and his missus. John Grinham, just amazing, really double-decker airliner. Jonathan Beale, thank you, Jonathan. Jez White, slinger on radar, and just as he says that, or I read it out, there she is pushing now. Moira J. Roma, loving it. Melanie, all the very best to you, sitting in the Lurkers Lounge. Lots of school stuff to do today. Deborah Sherwood. Karen Langley, thank you, Karen. Andy James, Steve Batty. Molly Moo. Oh, that was Arthur, was it? Was that Arthur? Oh, or is that Arthur? Oh, hold on a minute. No, that's Arthur over there, isn't it? It is Arthur. She's right, you know. There she is. He is Arthur. Arthur Wingtip, look. Anybody wondering why we call it Arthur? Gonna have to wait for one of the checks. I think about every 1,000 hours it's an A check with these big jets, and then of course it accumulates or rolls on to BCD checks. Kevin FB, no reverse thruster on the outer engine. Yes, he's right. Sorry, I should have known that. I should have known that. So obviously that's I don't know. I still don't know. But yeah, he's right. Of course, no reverse thrusters on the outer engines. Only been doing it for 6.5 years. Emma Toza, Malaysia off to Kuala Lumpur. Jill Perry, loving the slinger. Phil Sinclair, Steve Delta offline the 767-300s into Dublin. He's a bit impatient, isn't he? He's going to get a proper old jet blast, this boy. Look at that. That is very, very... That is crazy. That is crazy. Mate, you are going to get sandblasted, aren't you? That is crazy. I've never seen a line-up like that before. He might have a little bit of a word. The ATC might have a little bit of a word with him on that one. Sherwood, yeah, I've never seen that before. Karen Langley, close. Lee's Aviation, what? Aviation in 4K, wow. Plane Jam, John Davies. Nigel Armstrong, perhaps he needs to dry his hair. That must have been, well, I mean, obviously it wouldn't have been. I mean, these things travel at upwards of 500-600 mile an hour, don't they? So, you know, the wiper blades and wiper mechanisms are very used to high speed airflow, but yeah, that was kind of crazy. I've never seen anything like that before. And look, he's still not gone. So what was that all about then? Scolded by ATC. Yes. 308, first time ever seeing a lineup like that. Simonises, right? Yeah, all seriousness. You see the sliver in the cloud there. Singapore is slinging. Stephen McCree, welcome back with a red star. Dave Carrington, oh, to be a fly on the wall in ATC, yes. And wait behind the BA320. That's what Malaysia did, to be fair. Yeah, yeah, he did, in all honesty. But when he meant behind it, he didn't mean literally behind it, did he? He's probably meaning at the turn-on point. But you know, isn't that sort of standard procedure? I've never seen an aircraft sitting there. I mean, an intersection, yes. I can understand if that aircraft was sort of like, you know, 300 or 400 yards further down the runway at an intersector point like that, for example. But literally almost ramming him was something I've not seen before. John Charity, they would have said line up and wait behind the accompanying 320, but that's a line up and wait behind the 320, or hold at that position. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Never seen anything like that. Avro Arrow with the Malaysian Facer 5. Might get a severe ticking off by the head office. He might be called into the headmaster's office on Monday morning. I don't know. It's getting a little bit brighter. Jet just power up and then power down. Now it's going back up again. There he goes. Hello.
Primary Axis Freak. FAA rules state that 2 planes can take off like that only if they are flying as a group. Don't think that was the case today. Good morning from Arkansas, USA. 5:30 a.m. local. Sorry, madam. Big juicy treat. Stopping this lad. Jason Matten. The size of that wing is just incredible. See how it bows down on the outboard, but man, does that wing flex up when she's the size of the tail. That's a pipe and a half, that is. Miami 380 just flying over them in Wales. Fire it up! Loco, BA 380 damaged. Well, half a wingtip. It wouldn't have been hit by lightning, it would have diffused lightning through it, because there are yeah, good point though, but the what would have happened was there are
are static rods basically all over the wing and all of the flight surfaces, should I say, to direct the lightning itself away from the aircraft. If the aircraft creates, so to speak, it creates lightning, doesn't it? Because of the speed and the conditions in the clouds and so on and so forth. It's a bit like when you rub a balloon on your hair, innit? You know, and it sticks to your hair, and you get that spark, that static spark. It's kind of what they go through with these jets. You can't really see them very clearly, but on these wing tips, you can see them there. See those static wicks, they're called, which basically absorb any electricity and throw it out. And it channels it from the aircraft's systems up in and through and out there. And apparently that's what's like somebody saying that's what caused the upper section of Arthur's winglet to be damaged, we hear. So it was removed. It wasn't blown off. It was removed, I think, because you can see quite clearly when you look at it that it's very clean. It's very clearly been removed. The A380 winglet is a two-piece assembly, from what I can see. Christian O'Sullivan is a new member. A very warm welcome to you, Christian. Great to see you here. Sanchez, of course. Christian O'Sullivan Sanchez. Size beds and 32-inch screens. Looks more like a hotel room than a place. Wow, yeah. Than a plane seat, yeah. Loco just mentioning about the fact that it uses a is it 0.04%? 4% more fuel by not having that upper wingtip surface operational on that jet. Coming off for a little bit. Should go up pretty quick. We've got this Delta 767, man. Love the sound of a 767. It's old school jet noise, kind of. As close as you can get to it.
700s. She's ready to go. Shouty. She's going to make any kind of turn before she hits the clouds. Nice. Iberia's operating their 330 today, but the 330 is well, the 33 CEO. Very well known for its wingtip vortex. Fence style winglet, much like the 747-400s. You ain't going to see anything not at this distance. Interesting. The little Canadian Max has obviously been towed to gate. She's gone. She's disappeared. It's interesting that the Qantas 380 is being moved to probably its gate. Is it? If that's the case, was it late going out, coming in, or I don't know? It seems to be quite a regular occurrence, doesn't it, with the sound of the engines on takeoff. That's good. Yeah. What a shot. Filthy airplane there. Tepi Watanabe, good day to you, tuning in from Tokyo, Narita. Somewhere we're planning to hopefully get out to this year. gears, position, whatever. Alabama engine created a tornado. Yeah, little vortex that you see as the as the engine sucks the air around the engine. Well, just over a ton of air being ingested into that engine every second, which is crazy. Iberia bringing out another little jet. A747's on the menu. Well, we're hearing that today. That they used for crippled bombers. It was built long on purpose, so that and wide as well. I think, is that the one I'm thinking of? Ostend has a very wide runway as well, so that if an aircraft was to observation that you've noticed, but remember that belly freight is always a very lucrative business for airlines. They rely quite extensively on belly freight. So, you know, a lot of the stuff is stuff that we don't see at the freight or cargo handling at London Heathrow, because a high percentage of it comes out the belly of these jets. Now we're going to get to see the DHL jet go up vertical. Let's just follow this one out, shall we? DASA A340 has been converted. Some of them have. Ex-Virgin Atlantic 346s have been converted to freighters. Well, actually, I say freighters there. They haven't had the full conversion done on them in terms of a cargo door, but they have had seats removed, and because they're also being used for passengers, charters.
watch the climb rate on this, folks. They usually go out pretty light. Up she goes. Look at that, man. Look at that go. Oh, that is classic, that is. Wow. In the clouds already. She's gone. That's insane, man. Insane. Mark Jenkins, two-man crew, or two-person crew on the DHL jet. Well, yeah, well, two-person. Unless they're carrying a relief pilot or ferrying a pilot or whatever, but generally for those operations, a two-man or two-person crew. Older days would have been three-person crew, flight engineer, first officer, as they used to, or actually co-pilot, as they used to call him. Another nice Delta 767 making its way out for departure. Jonathan Beale, blimey, English electric lightning in disguise. I like that. Oh, my favourite plane, my favourite air display aeroplane when I was a kid was the Lightning. Used to sneak up on you like, what the hell was that? Boom, over your head. Cloaking device engaged. Jeff Anderson, does any airline bring 757s into Heathrow anymore? Well, not really. Well, actually, no. Sorry, I completely take that. Iceland Air bring their 757 into Heathrow. United at one point were bringing 757s in place of their Dreamliners that were being worked on, let's say, but I think that's all been taken care of now. Interesting to see, by the way, United now operating their hangar here at London Heathrow. Already hard at work. There was a guy I met here with his wife a while back. Hey, you want a job as for cutting the grass? There's nowhere better, is there, really? And you're going to do it nice and slowly as well, aren't you? Oh, hold on a minute. Let's just go round and round and round. Hold on, I missed a bit. Got to do it again. Wait a minute. Oh, you're just going to take your time on that one, isn't it? You are definitely going to take your time on that one. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, all right. Is it done? Is it done? Yeah, all right. Let's get it out here. Nice bit out here. Look, quickly out here. That is the best job in the world, man. Where you got a great big 767 coming up towards it. He's stopped, look. Maybe he has to stop, or she has to stop, because they don't want to get any grass debris ingesting. Do that one again. go round it again, look. What a job. See? If you're somebody who's got a job as a grass cutter or a gardener or whatever, apply for the job at London Heathrow or any other. Just make sure you got to go everywhere, haven't you? But Paul Lawrence, we're doing 767A checks out of the hangar now. Paul Lawrence saying, was that Paul that I met here with his a while ago? I don't know. Well, I'm asking everybody else because they would know. But Paul would know. But that's interesting. Doing A checks. Okay. So A checks is literally all the filters, all check the bits and bobs and all that. Very basic, brief, sort of like levels and oil. Not oil, but filters. I think filters for the air conditioning systems. The onboard, the HEPA filters, I think they're called, aren't they? Are they called HEPA filters? Amazing view every day. Yeah, as the grass cutter. Nick Gray, you're right, mate. Who of us wouldn't like that job, even if it's for a day? Gotta be skilled. Rafe Levine. A-check is anything really engine related. It's more a case of you know, making sure that everything is operating as it should do in terms of, like, you know, the air conditioning systems, the filters, the I guess they just, well, perhaps they could tell us, but I think they just fire up the aircraft, make sure that maybe brakes, maybe check the brakes, obviously check the brake pad wear, wear indicators, maybe replace a few bits and bobs. 767s. Everything you said was on the money for the A-check. Oh, Paul, thank you very much indeed. Delta, what was it? It sounded out there and all, didn't it? Stephen Luskin, 764. Nick Gray, long roll. It's a long runway, make use of it. He's right. It's there if you want it. Kick the tires. Gubi. He says that he's pretty sure that the Malaysian flight could be considered as a runway incursion. I kind of agree with you on that one, my friend. I'm all lit up, just move that Qantas 380 to another remote position, or at least straightened her up. I guess the best way to describe it. Moira Roma arrived back from Australia on Emirates 380 2 weeks ago. Upper deck, beautiful. It is an experience to behold, I have to say, flying on the upper deck of an A380. And of course, the very well renowned and respected Emirates economy seat, which is really good. But I have to say that the BA 380 is just as good as well. It's very comfortable. Nigel Armstrong, the slinger, is now over Brussels. Stephen Musk. Hope Airbus get their skates. 737 MAX is catching up fast. What's that conversation about? That BA 777 to New York JFK Hematosa, the one that just went out, I think. Skilling, fantastic departures, thank you, Paul. Good look at the Air France A220, Airbus A220. A little bit close for comfort, that BA 777, but they know their way around this airfield. I bless my soul, Lord.
terminals. Just looking at the number of jets that are. Oh, are they just taxing up for departure? I think they might just be taxing up for departure. I think they are. Okay, I want to see this little wizard. Check this out. Vortex. Decreased. Temperature has increased. So there's no more moisture in the air. Everywhere I look around, moisture in the air. Every sight and every sound. Some up there. And it's there when I look in your eyes. John H. Rolls-Royce Power. Air Canada Max is due out in 30 minutes. Airline 737, thank you. Clive Clark, just in time for my favourite air. Rab H, awesome sound. Thank you, Rab. Mike, where does the dirt-looking stuff come from? General grubbiness, Mike. A bit like your car, to be honest with you. If during the winter, especially during the winter months, here comes the howl. Punch it, Chewie! Yeah, Mike, it's a good observation, I have to say. But yeah, the general grubbiness comes from muck and dirt from the runways, obviously. They do get a wash when they're in flight because of the moisture. Especially on descent, especially when they're flying through cloud, they'll get a wash. But generally, they need a deep clean to get the grubbiness off, which you see around the well, all over the aircraft really. Tyre degradation, tyre brake dust is a big part of it as well. Of course, when they land and they apply the brakes, there's a lot of brake dust that gets expelled from the wheel assemblies, and therefore, as a result of that, that is got to go somewhere. It gets mixed in with the water and the moisture, and that then sticks to the air, to the flight surfaces, and they just generally get very, very grubby. Also around the where the walk bridge is attached on some jets that haven't been cleaned. You can see that one perfect example there on that 777 where the walk bridge is normally attached, passenger walk bridge. You do get those staining around that square, and that is a lot of times due to it being in operation at destinations that, shall we say, have quite an amount of pollution. JetBlue A321 heading all the way across the Atlantic. us, my friend. We've got a long time. Couldn't watch when we were live, Chad, possibly because you're a premium member. Chad, you can watch all of the Alaska shows now. Anybody who's a premium member can watch all of the Alaska shows now. And I have to say, I was watching a little bit of it last night. The moment when I climbed the face of the snow mountain was quite funny, especially the second time when I got back from having been for a coffee break. Was quite funny because I had to do a rapid deployment, and I've actually copied that. Let's see whether we might be able to post that. It's quite funny. Should indicate that there should be an Emirates 380 on its way out. KLM 737. John H. Jack 321 off to John F. Kennedy International. Neil Smith, no, I'm not singing at the Coronation concert tonight. I'm sure they got much more talented people this year. See Jones, 7 hours on that 321. Joanna B, the smaller planes can fly. Joanna, it's all about additional fuel tanks generally. Size of the aircraft is actually not anything relevant to the distance that it can fly. Obviously, within limits because of the amount of fuel tanks that you can fit on them. They used to operate a little Airbus A318 out of London City that stopped off in Dublin for a fuel stop. I think it was a fuel stop, or it was maybe for US Customs. I don't know. But anyway. Worth a little dip into those Anchorage shows if you're a member, if you're a premium member or first class or super class member who haven't yet seen them. I think that day with day 2, 7 hours and 20 minutes or something like that. It's a great show. Road tripping. QF10 on radar. Interesting. Well, yeah, they have moved one of the Dreamliners. There's one on remote stand over there. I don't know if that's gone tech or what. Must have done. Yeah, there she is. G'day! There's another Qantas jet over there, you see that? Don't quite know what's going on with that girl. She's sitting there all on her own. single oil jet, they'd have single. Wow, look how clean she is. All right, mate, we got you. Joanna B, yes, easily doable, Joanna. Certified for extended twin engine operations. Fat Boy, welcome back, Fat Boy. It's a returning member here on Big Jet TV. Set of rims. It's actually something I've just noticed. Have to look at it very carefully. But is there a squat? Does it squat when it's under power? I would imagine that I wouldn't be surprised if it does squat when it under full power. What I'm talking about is ever so slightly. The suspension on the main squats down ever so slightly, purely down to the power of the engines. That will actually give it more grip, more control on the runway surface. Michael McNeil, g'day from Oz. G'day, Michael. There's one of your jets going out now, mate. It's Michelle, sorry. Michelle, I've done that before. Sorry, Michelle. My apologies. Apologies. Teeth back in, son. See, you can't really see it on the Dreamliner, I know. It definitely appears to squat, doesn't it? I'd imagine that it's more apparent on a high power. Wow, look at the flipping, look how busy it is out there, man. See any tarmac there? There, Pinnock. Look at it. Chad Hart has upgraded to first class. Chad. Neil Smith, also from Australia. John H. Virgin off to San Francisco. BA350 was off to Austin, Texas. Don't always see that destination either. Austin, Texas. I'm Mike Spick, the singing salesman. Would you like to buy some shoes? It's back as a Big Jet TV member. Welcome back, Mike. What happened to Charlie Redpath? But a very warm welcome back to you, Mike. I hope you're continuing to sing as you sell. Walks in through the shop front. Good morning! Or I don't know. What's that GP steak? Take it. MotoGP, the Ducatis, or lots of the manufacturers are now adopting a squatting system where before they go off the line, they squat the bike. It's a squat mechanism. Lovely little mini A350 in it. Certainly the high octane quarter-mile cars squat for sure. That's why they have anti-wheelie bars. This lineup. Jet pushing. In some ways, John, but instrument landing system is where the aircraft's onboard systems will lock onto the airport's systems. So, in other words, it will guide it in whether it is at the point of locking on, it will still be autopilot. So yeah, I guess the two are related, but obviously when they come off autopilot, I guess he's right actually. The two are related for sure.
say? Next stop, Perth. Wow. So they will have 2 crews on that aircraft. 2 full crews. And probably a backup. Maybe a backup. Bit odd, wasn't it? Is he missing a? Is he missing a tooth? That was missing a tooth, mate. I'm telling you now. We'll look at the next one. It was definitely missing, like a cat's tooth that's been lopped off. He's been in a fight. It definitely. See you, mate. Let's just grab him. Maybe get a little bit of floofage. Look at that, look. See? Look at this one here, look. All the serrations are... That was definitely. See if anyone... John, age 14,500 kilometre flight to Perth. Wow. Mark Jenkin, amazing that it's direct to Perth. Skywalks. Ryan Saunders, without the winglets, the 767 looks ugly, looks so much nicer with those big winglets, yeah. Well, you don't see many 767s around these days, only the 200 variants without the winglet. Although some 200 variants have got as we see with United, their retrofit winglet, I think. Is it 17 hours to Perth? Russ CT, now it's through its elements. Yes, absolutely, Russ. Taken a few bleeding years to get it to that level, but she's definitely a very well-respected aircraft now. It's a 777-200, no winglets on this thing. See now, look at the serrations on those engine cowls. Perfectly symmetrical. Yeah, not sure what that was with that Qantas jet, but too close, mate, not too close. Slow down, slow down. Keep it slow, son, keep it slow.
scalloped. Definitely lost is the end of it, didn't they? They've definitely lost the end of it. It's obviously been snapped off, and so they've had to effect some kind of a temporary repair on it, I'd imagine. Smooth it off. Fleur Bunny, welcome Fleur Bunny. This is a favourite of mine. G90 powered 777-200. Why the engine manufacturers don't put bigger stickers on the sides of their engines. Certainly do on the 747-8 with those big Gen X. Fleur Bunny, new to here. Is it normal for them to be going so close one after the other? Doesn't weight turbulence affect them? I thought they had to allow longer. Fleur Bunny, good question there. Generally no, is the answer to that. You will see a bigger separation with the A380, the big 4-engine jet, but in general, not really. The ATC may call out caution weight turbulence from previous aircraft, but really, you're not going to have any affected departures due to with these bigger jets, with these jets this size, even the smaller jets going out after these 777s. Very interesting. I was playing golf last Friday and sitting around afterwards having a drink with some of the members, and we were talking about the channel, and one of the fellas who was around the table didn't know him at all. He turns around and he says, "Oh yeah, I remember seeing some crazy bloke standing on the top of his van during one of the storms a couple of years ago." It was very interesting to watch, and he said, interestingly enough, since watching that, I was a nervous flyer, and I am not nervous anymore. I said, well, that's brilliant to hear, and by the way, that was me. He's like, no. I'm like, yeah. And then the other mate pipes up. Yeah, saw him on TV the other day on Britain's busiest airport, the one with the Qatar anniversary jet, wasn't it? The half and half. Stuart Watson, here's a thought. Perhaps the Qantas engine has a different cowl design. Seriously doubt they'd send one with damage to it. Well, Stuart, I don't think so. There is no other design of the cowl, but also bear in mind that the British Airways 380 is flying around with Arthur winglet, hence his name. It will just create less aerodynamic effect than it normally does. Some intersecting departures going out there with these smaller jets. Alan Taylor's a new member. Welcome, Alan. Good to see you here. Hope you're well. Hope all our new members are well. Travel to Australia is via Singapore. Yeah, I can understand that. I would want to definitely stop over in Singapore or Dubai or wherever it might be. Mirrorly flight path for RAF liner who's over his house. Sounds interesting. I quite like that. Simon Dinsmore wants the job of cutting the grass. Fleur Bunny might get an offer to swap houses in a couple of minutes. Advertise that as being underneath the flight path or whatever, you'll probably get quite a lot of good offers. J-Mank not getting him on a 15-hour non-stopper. Mike James, talking Qatar, their 380 flight QR3 is turning finals, 27 left, number 4. Gotcha. Cheryl, about the grass cutter. Yes, he will be under the constant, that grass cutter will be on ground radar, and he will need permission, or she will need permission, to cross taxiways or whatever, or they will call up to say that they will stop and ask for permission to cross a specific taxiway. Grass cutter number 4, clear taxiway. Beautiful tie, man. You get another Virgin 330. It's a beautiful tie jet. Looking very worn out, isn't she? Gary's flown tie 747-200. John H off to IAD at 3:30. Thank you, John. Trent-powered 777 lining up.
two still down, GP? He's got himself closer to the entry point now as well, man. You lucky. Yeah. Big old puff from those engines, man. Don't think they ever featured the grass-cutting bloke or woman on Britain's busiest airport. Flippy should have done, I tell you. Great little feature that would make, wouldn't it? What a job, man. What a job. I would volunteer for that. But you obviously have to be, be knowledgeable about the airfield as well, because there's a lot of very important structures on the airfield that have to be very carefully. Is that 777 running up in the test? Single aisle jet. Peter Crane tuning in from Chengdu. Ellie, does the grass-cutting person wear air defenders? Well, I wouldn't, put it that way. Certainly seem to be making a right meal of that, going around and round these. I'd be there all day long. Sorry, mate, it's very long today, this grass. Might have to be a couple of hours longer. You can't be not interested in planes and do that job, surely. Surely. Philip Lowry, when I worked at GLA, I drove an 18 truck. I felt very small looking up at the aircraft. 18 ton, an 18 tonner. Screaming the fan blades off that one. can see the big load of heat coming out the back of it. Obviously they've got another jet inside the hangar. Just about to see one actually. Running it up. 350's still in bed, isn't he? Look. Come on, wake up! No, I don't want to come out today. VJB's Jeremy cutting it with a pair of scissors, yes. Very specific. Eastwood. My dad worked at Manchester for 30 years and wasn't interested in planes, as it took us many years to get him to fly. John Sherritt's lawnmower, make a left turn heading 270, make a left turn heading 180, make a right turn heading 270. That's funny, man. Set of rims on the front of that one. Generally means new tyres. Remolded tyres. Runway these Dreamliners use. Up early now, like that. So this is interesting. Where's that Max going in? St John's or something? The 737 Max. Halifax, is it? Nova Scotia. Nigel Clinning, takeoff separation. 2 minutes heavy following super light or medium following heavy. Light following medium. 3 minutes light or medium following super. Okay. Heavy following super. Light or medium following heavy. Light following medium. Okay. 3 minutes for a light or medium following a super. Super being the A380. What's going on here? Have we got some kind of a inspection going on or something of, I don't know, we've got a bit of standoff here. Stand and deliver. Lee Eastwood was dad was the grass cutter at Manchester Airport. Used to spend days with him. Wow. How cool is that? Another example of a long-range single-aisle jet, 737 MAX. Not sure what the cabin configuration is on those ones, but Aaron Alexander Tractor is on flight radar. Yeah, sometimes they do, don't they? They do from time to time. You do see them. They'll certainly be on the ground radar. Worked there as a security searching aircraft, we only had two-way walkies to talk to ATC to allow us to cross the airfield. Wow. Richard Fleer. BA is stress testing those GE90s, aren't they, behind the blast fence? That sounds like it. Certainly are running them up for whatever reason. Joe Thompson, thank you Big Jet TV, think I'm finally over my fear of flying, feeling excited to be flying again. TUI to Belgium have been brilliant. Wow, how about that? That is great news. Thank you. Wonderful feedback. Yeah, it should never be in any way intersect. Already hooked. Been here 20 minutes, already hooked. There we go. So this great looking Max. Off to Nova Scotia. Hope they were like sort of like extra wide seats, the kind of seats that you find on a wide body jet on those aircraft. I'm not sure if they are, but I don't think they are. Just is it a 3-3? Nice cafe jet. Oh look, his mates come with the sandwiches. Look. Oh, Steve. Tristan Warrillow, do you get larger legroom on Canada's 737? Only been to Spain on the 737. Couldn't think of anything worse for a long flight, Tristan. Well, I think that something like reflects what I just said.
single aisle to New York. 737 Max once there. John H, thank you. Ian Snelling, Iceland Air, 737 Max 9 just pushed back. What colour is that? Just been seeing things. New livery taking off, old livery touching down. Touchdown! Scissorhands is a new member. Welcome, Emma. Probably go and give that fella a hand on the old grass coat. Miss Wings loving the undercarriage. Good to see you, Jacqueline. Get involved in the chat, folks. Want to talk to me about aviation, about any aviation-related factoids, or hey, it's over this way, mate. You're going the wrong way. See? We'll come back to him later. Bob Mills is Bob. Lovely to see you here. Want to get involved in the chat, folks? Please don't hesitate. Ask me questions. Ask the audience questions, and fellow members get involved. Most well, it's most interesting, but it was interesting to see that damage to the Qantas engine cowl. it's a very friendly environment. Speak about planes. Ask any questions that you might have about aviation, past and present, and future, if you so desire. Technical questions is always a good one as well. Correct me on anything if you want. I don't care. I'll get it wrong regularly. Although I like the Iceland Air Max livery, the new style, I'll sooner see a 757 in the Aurora Borealis livery or whatever it might be. VJ, it was a quick bit. Watched for a long time, so thought best to join. Thank you, Craig. Great to see you. Wonderful community here there is. We are well noted for our great friendly community here on Big Jet TV, because we do obviously do what we can to keep it clean and make sure that people try and stay on topic as best they can. We try to avoid, one-on-one conversations, groups forming, that kind of thing. We do try our best to make people feel welcome, and not like they just walked into a bar and the piano stopped playing and everyone's looking at you like, who's this? Tag to tag. So yeah, if you are new, please don't hesitate to ask. John H. liking the Iceland Air 737 Max. Sam Robson, Jerry, do you know who names the Virgins? Does Branson get the job? No, Sam. I mean, Branson has been involved in the naming of a couple of jets. I don't know if he may have done back in the early days when they had a very small fleet of 747s. I think he may well have been involved in that because Branson was much more at the lead, was he not, during the early days of Virgin Atlantic? Kind of needed to be, really. But since then, it is something that is sort of like they have meetings about it, I guess, and discuss it and all that kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe Branson does throw his 10 pence worth in to the melting pot from time to time. But obviously, based on the names of the aircraft are linked to the registration. R&B, for instance, RNB is Purple Rain, is it not? Rhythm and Blues, that kind of thing. All the aircraft are named after very famous artists. An artist, apart from, of course, a few that are named after for specific reasons. One of which is it Ella May or something like that? The aircraft named after Branson's mother, Fearless Lady, but other than that, really, it is generally all sort of like musical artists and famous people within the music industry. So yeah, it's kind of linked to Branson, but I think they have a sort of like a system that they use, but it is and always has to be linked to the registration. So whether they get the registration, whether they sort of like, you know, see what's available on the registry for registrations and then say, oh, yeah, let's grab that one because that one will work well with this name, etc., etc. Tristan Warrilow. BA used to name their jets, didn't they? City of Westminster, City of, you know, whatever. But not anymore, I don't think. Can't walk the beach when aircraft are. Blimey. Where's he going? Excuse me. That's a long way round the block, mate. You're going to have to go a long, long way round the block and line up behind that United jet. Blimey. Is he, it's a bit of an odd one, isn't it? Mark Jenkin. Yes, Big Jet, Virgin Atlantic did originally were on the list of the A380, but pulled the plug due to delays. Yeah. I think Branson maybe feels that, still feels that he dodged a bullet with the old with the 380, that he didn't actually bring them online, that he cancelled the order, and that was just down to delays. Of course, those 380s would have been earmarked to replace their 747 fleet at some point, I'd imagine. Yeah, oh no. So that Delta jet is where's he going? Has he got an issue? Bless you. to see what had happened to her, and she found Big Jet TV covering her retirement. There we go. John Sharrett's. Amanda Riley, guided tours of London Heathrow. Brilliant. I tell you what, you get a lot of people if you had the opportunity to do it. I tell you, make a fortune out of it. Well, they do it at Zurich, don't they? Say that again. You talking about Narita? Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, totally. Yes. Looked like he was in kind of a hurry as well to get back to the gate. Don't know what that was about. Because normally if there's a technical issue, unless it's sort of like terminal in some way, they'll sort of like sit and wait and try and troubleshoot it offline, if you know what I mean. But no, he was straight back to gate or to thereabouts. Little Pinky, the tug here at Heathrow. She's still doing the rounds, man. That little pink tug, still here. Middle East Airlines A330. Now there's a good looking jet, man. Old school livery, still in operation. Like to see it. John H, that American off to Miami. Thank you, John. Fat Boy Tug does their job. Yeah. Indeed. He's right, you know. 330 is a hell of a jet. So much a hell of a jet that it's been redeveloped into a Neo. Very successful platform. Take care, Debbie. Look, it's got cool out. Okay, fair play. Cop it up. This A350 off to Accra. Thank you, Adam. Stephen Luskin, very stylish. The 350 is a stylish aeroplane, isn't it? Especially got a new set of shiny rims on the front of her and all. Titanium. Apparently the cone, you would think that is actually created by heat, like a motorcycle exhaust, where you see that blue. But that is actually in the manufacturing process. That the blue conical heat staining, or whatever you call it. It's great, isn't it? Clive Clark Barry's in the background for taxiway works that are happening at the moment here at London. Rolls-Royce Trent Power. Stephen Luskin makes WBs on that 350, yes. MEA being bathed in sunlight, just one little spot of sunlight there, and she's getting bathed in it. John. The Dash 10 is the 787 stretch variant. Given Godot, MEA 330 could do with an updated livery. Well, MEA do have a new livery, but they just haven't updated these ones yet. I quite like the old ones. is not a gate stand, as in like, you know, where there is a passenger walk bridge. A remote stand is where passengers may access the aircraft via steps, and it's not attached to the terminal building per se. But also remote stands are also for aircraft awaiting service or just generally being stored around the airfield. This is a lovely old MEA 330. Trent 700s, fire it up! Some of the MEA crews actually stay here at the courtyard. Caught up with a few of them before, certainly the flight crew. Certified. Listen to that, idling beautifully, man. Tips, man. And winglets are just nuts, aren't they? Look how tall they are, folks. Is it 11 feet? It's 11 feet. There's another old, crusty old 330 arriving. Take off 27 right United.
I see. I'd imagine that he's at the courtyard. He's paid. He's coming to the courtyard. It's going to be like any other hotel, isn't it? Oh, sorry, Sam. Sorry. Hotel food is hotel food, isn't it, really, in terms of the cuisine that they offer. Tell you what though, give and go duck. Not many remote stands at Heathrow. I don't know about that give and go duck. There certainly are a lot of them here. Many of them over there. There's about 10 of them over there. God knows how many there are along that strip there. Remote stands over the back there as well. As you can see, remote stands there as well. Yeah, I think there's a high number of remote stands. I mean, when you... Yeah, I think there's a fair amount of them, put it that way. Go on, Sam. Smoke from the undercarriage, from the wheel brake systems, stopping the wheels from spinning before they go up into the undercarriage bay. B, I don't know if it classes as remote, but we left from G, the B48 T5, and the captain said it was a very long taxi, took ages, but saw lots. Well, I think that was right over the other side of T5, left of that major big roof there that you see of the main T5 building. There are a line of remote stands there as well, but there's more remote stands there with BA, which you get bussed to down by the near to. Well, they're kind of obscured by those fuel tanks there, but yes. There are quite a number of remote stands down there, so you would have probably been going out of maybe either left or right runway on 27 operations with a long taxiway past all the other aircraft and the other terminals 2 and 3. Absolute pleasure giving go. Yeah, there are quite a number of remote stands here at Heathrow. All major airfields do have a high number of remote stands, especially for aircraft that are they come in the morning, deplane, the aircraft gets cleaned, and then they are towed off to remote stand, like, for example, that Ethiopian jet, that Air Canada jet was kind of unusual, I'd say. Rwanda Air is pretty standard for the half of the course there. Cathay Pacific seem to be a lot of operations. All those aircraft are waiting for their evening departure slots. Now this is Rolls-Royce Trent 800 power. Listen out for these engines as he slowly winds his way up to the line. Give and go duck, that's not United's hangar, that is still a BA hangar there with the 3. United have now started operating out of their new hangar. One of our members telling us that they're carrying out A checks on their aircraft, which is every 1,000 hours, I believe, on an aircraft. It goes through an A check. As you can see there, that's the new United hangar. That's still a Boeing, British Airways hangar, 350. The lazy 350 doesn't want to get out of bed. Carrying on, I hope the engine situation. Fire! Problem that he's talking about is based on the new Pratt & Whitney engines. Yeah, running through till around about 3 o'clock this afternoon, folks. Hour and 15 up to the switchover. An aircraft can sit on remote stand for as long as it takes, really. Generally, it's just for the day or a few hours or however long it might be. So they obviously need to free up. They need to free up the stand for other aircraft. But like that Qantas jet that's over there on a remote stand. It's quite commonly used by either BA or Virgin Atlantic. Sorry about that. Today occupied by a Qantas 787. Which is quite interesting. Listen to the hum. PW 1000s, I think, and 1800, 1000 up to 1900 G engines having, I think, is it gearbox issues or? Jeanette Haynes, this show has been fabulous, so busy. David A380, great question. Would an A-check be the equivalent to an MOT? Well, to be honest with you, it's more a service. It's more a deep service, you know, like filters. They check all the filters, you know, general bits and bobs, make sure all the electrical systems are operating properly. Yeah, I guess you could say an MOT. Yeah, but yes, it's a tricky one, yeah, because the A-check is, you know, is a check. Obviously, it's not just a service, but during a service you will get checks. Well, you certainly do when I send me bleeding thing at the service. It's sort of like an A-check, or it's like an inspection as well. So you know, if things need to be changed, they will be changed. HEPA filters are one of the big things on a check, because obviously those things need to be swapped out every 1,000 hours. Obviously, I'd imagine that they will just automatically be replaced. They won't be checked. I don't know if the HEPA filters are something that's recyclable, or whether it's just but yeah, you know, brakes, tyres, general systems. Don't think the engines really come into it. The engines are something that are just monitored on a daily basis. But you know, general snags and anything that's inside the cabin that might need addressing. You know, curtains and some seats that are not working properly with their backrests and tray tables. IFE systems, make sure they're all operating properly. So during an A-check, I guess it's on Google, but generally I think that the Livy Maidment, that Lebanon jet just came over Kingsdown, southeast Kent. Look at this, like, nice happy 777 with a white nose. Look, he's going to smile at his face. Software updates on HX. He's right. I mean, most of these aircraft nowadays are just plug-in, aren't they? As soon as you plug it into the main system, any faults that are there will come up. There's a lot of visual inspection going on, but yeah, they will. Like I can see that United jet is just. Whether they're going through what checks they're going through, the engine cowl is no longer up, inspection cowl. Terry Slayton, good afternoon to you. right, best way to board is by bus to a remote station. He's right, you know. I've got to admit it. I do like, especially on a big jet. Not so much on a short haul jet, but on a big jet. I don't mind going via bus to a remote stand. And what I generally tend to do is I try to be either first on or last on the bus, because then you sort of like, you know, meander up to it. That's a 380 coming out, all right. Delta's breast cancer awareness jet. Eagle, that's that. John H, that aircraft off to Philadelphia, I think it is. It's Matthew. Awesome takeoff. New cargo airline for the UK. 747 has done its training at Cardiff and will be based at Heathrow Aviation in 4K. Yes. Hoping to meet up with the teams there. Is it Air 1 or something? I think it's called Air 1, the new 747 cargo operation based here at London Heathrow. One needs to be aware that that aircraft will probably not be here that often because it needs to be operational all over the globe, literally. One Air, there we go, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Is that Qatar 777-200 Pax jet? Was that a Pax jet? It's quite rare for them to use a passenger 200 their cargo jet. See what I mean about that Qantas jet being on remote stand over there, folks? And she's looking very lonely. Got two jets in there, mate. regular visitor here at London Heathrow, the Cathay 747, as well as, of course, the Singapore Airlines 747 freighter. Jet 1X. Yes. Yeah, we've seen it loads of times. Yeah. Yeah, only tiny little Jet 1X, so it's like they've just, you know, done it on their home printer or something. Sitting there waiting for. What's he waiting for? Come on, son. Come. Bits and pieces. Are they not available then? Because I did receive my new baseball cap from our new suppliers a couple of weeks back. I know that we've been having horrendous issues with our because our suppliers are using different manufacturers for some merchandise. Oh, okay, so it's still out. So I've got no idea, folks. So sorry. Okay, yeah, they were back in stock, yeah, and now they're out of stock again. So what that's down to, we don't know. We have no control over our merchandise in terms of other than designing it. Yeah, we don't have a warehouse where we just walk out there and put it in an envelope and send it off to you. It doesn't go like that. It's a third party. It's overseen by Google / YouTube, and they control it all. And unfortunately, you know, from time to time we do get some stock that is out of stock for whatever reason. Maybe the sewing machine's broken down or something like that. Super busy. TV shirt around Heathrow on Friday. A policeman stopped me and said that Jerry was a gentleman. Fair play. Oh, that's very kind, isn't it? We do have a good relationship with the local police constabulary here at Heathrow. Thanks to all our friends around Heathrow. And the gentleman who came up and said hello to me, who travelled down from Newcastle to help with the policing. so much. I know they're on their way back now, slowly making their way back to their local constabularies. Michael James possibly waiting for the Dubai 380s to come off stand and that should depart at 12:55. That's the incoming 380 from San Fran sat there. Ah, okay. So that's not the one that's coming off standing. I see. Scott Amos tuning in from Seattle. Great anchorage shows. Yeah, again, folks, I have to reiterate, if you are a premium member or even a full-time, a first-class, super-class member, whatever you are, go and check out the anchorage shows. Is that the Aer Lingus Dublin jet inbound that we saw going out? Chances are we'll probably see him go out again. Listen to that 767 just idling away there. It's a 400. Big rate wingtips on her. Little 318. Listen to this. Illumination lights on, forward of R2.
surprised to have not seen an Emirates 380 go out yet. Very surprised. Nothing worse, is there? There's nothing worse. That triple's had to go around that 380. Flying all that time over wherever they've flown, only to sit at 150 yards away from the gate for 45 minutes. Nothing worse, is there? Turkish 21 NEO. See the green inner lining sleeve on those engines. That indicates it's a Pratt & Whitney powered jet. Screaming Emu Delta retired the last CRJ 200 last week. Might regret that if they're having problems with their 220s or with the Delta was named Delta after the Mississippi Delta, the River Delta. Actually, what's that? Okay. Yeah. Is that even possible, Julie? Is that even possible? Yeah, man. Yeah, well,
Dr. Wood, yes, the Royals did own a BA 146. BAE 146, I think it is. Yes, indeed they did. King Charles's private jet, wasn't it? Prince Charles's at the time, see? I'm already getting used to it. It's amazing that even at that speed, those wings are starting to feel the aerodynamics. Pressure changes both above and below the wing, creating that lift up to a certain speed. Once they reach that V1 velocity, you see the wings flexing right up there now. Still sitting there waiting. Oh, cool, Bennett. Not good, is it? Not good, mate. How long's that been sitting there for now? Talking of Windsor, it's the castle up on the hill there, Windsor Castle. Just very hard to sort of like not think of it as the Queen's residence. She loved the castle, she spent a lot of time there. She knew about the sounds of aeroplanes and could identify airplanes by their engine note. Back in the day, of course, that would have been 707 screaming overhead, 747, DC-10s, 727s, DC-8s. Big, smelly, beautiful aeroplanes. Classics, Jurassics. This is the Delta that went by earlier and took a big swerve. It must have been a passenger-related incident, I believe. So he is indeed in a massive hurry. I call Tridents, yes, BEA Tridents. Extinguished. White smoke is all that remains. Usually signifies that a fire has been extinguished. When it was black smoke, it's now white smoke. Delta brought Northwest in 2008. Was it Northwest Orion? Or is that just me thinking that it was? But it was Northwest
He used to fly their 747s and DC-10s, I think, into London Gatwick, and certainly into Heathrow, I would imagine. George Corder coming round for his second lap. And it's go, go, go for Delta. Look at that. Gary Boats, taxi speed. 20 knots, is it? Maximum 20 knots or something? I don't know. James 380 Echo Lima BA287 now pushing back off stand, which is obviously no doubt where that 380 is headed to. Is actually an ex-Northwestern jet. Northwest Orient had a little meatball for a logo. Stephen Luskin travelled on Northwest from London Gatwick to JFK. 2 outbound 380s now on radar. San Fran and Dubai, Nigel Gale saying. Stephen Luskin in the 1980s. Blended wingtip. Isn't it beautiful? I was going to say handmade. Well, you know, there must be a mould, but, you know, actually, I'll tell you what, they probably are. Yeah. Let's face it, most Formula One wing components and
other things are handcrafted, or you know, the layers of carbon are hand. You know, everything's done by hand on those carbon parts. So I'd imagine that those, I'd be right in saying that those winglets, those blended wingtips, are actually a hand-built component. I mean, maybe a mould, maybe there's a mould, but you still have to lay the carbon layers down, don't you? Oh, listen to this, man. It's jet moving into position. Sorry about the power trickle. Louis has put BA have apparently put so it's an ex-Northwest jet. Wow. Once displayed that. Wasn't the best livery in the world, was it? But it was a very, you know, notable one. You know. Isn't it sort of like orangey and brown, and sort of like, you know, very 1970s look? Or was it red with silver? I can't remember now. Completely different. Was it orange and brown, or red and silver? Or did they have multiple different types of oh, we're getting some decent climb outs now. See if I can get a so we've got two BA 380s making their way out, by the sounds of it. So somebody just saying there that British Airways have apparently applied one of the mask type cockpit canopy paints to one of their 320s, one of their Neos. Look forward to seeing that. Is it an anti-glare thing? Does it? Is it purely aesthetic, or is there an element of anti-glare to it? Because I know that you can get a glare pinging off of the below the canopy, most definitely. Which is why you sometimes see some airlines, well, actually DHL on their A330 have got an anti-glare lower paint job on their A330s, or maybe on their 75s as well, I don't know, maybe across the board. Dimitri Spiro. Hello Jerry everyone, amazing close-up takeoffs, love listening to the engine noise, looking like any plans for another Dubai show. Nothing at this point in time, Dimitris. Very difficult one to organise that, but we are
do something with their maintenance teams. But again, it's something that would be very difficult to plan, especially from a safety point of view, you know. But in terms of the maintenance, I like the way that TAP have retained their wingtip colours on their Star Alliance jets. That looks pretty cool. I like that. Interesting to see that United jet earlier on. That was another Star Alliance jet that went out with the new blue engine cowls that you're seeing here. But that was the only United-esque look about it, if you see what I mean. Obviously, there's no other components on the aircraft which you could put a logo on, I guess, because obviously 777 has a raked wingtip, much like the 787 here, with another blended wingtip. So it's a more raked wingtip, as you can see there. More pointy than the 777. Beautiful piece of design work. Again, I think that is a handcrafted element to the wing. Matte white screaming at you. The jets have matte white underneath the windscreen. That's interesting. That makes perfect sense. So now we're all going to be looking for to see the under cockpit paint to see whether it is. Let's hopefully see why they'd have matte white or a matte paint. Because that's the last thing you want is glare coming up off of the bodywork. Gee, power it up. Yeah, I think I was seeing things earlier on with the see all the cables and the leads and the hydraulic lines and everything on the 777 undercarriage assembly. Now have a look at the total difference between that and the 787, which is all electric systems. So all the electrical wires are literally attached to the main undercarriage assembly itself. So there's no sort of like hydraulic lines or anything. It's very tidy in there because all the brakes are electronically operated. Have a look at this. It's about at that point that they come over the Sainsbury's car park where I go shopping, and sometimes they are so loud, man. On that turn you get that bank. Many a time I've stood in the parking lot looking like an idiot, just standing up there looking at the plane. But there you go, it is what it is. He's mad, that bloke. What's he doing looking up at the sky? He's enjoying his life, mate, looking at aeroplane architecture. You're the boring one, son.
Just going in there, get your sausages and come out again. Looks like they've got a few oh, I think they're done with it now, aren't they, for crying out loud? Yeah, no, I know that is a shame, I have to say. I did think about that. So the following week, yeah. And then if all that works out, can't believe US one at the end. Oh, I was going to say I heard a prop then. Thought a little bit of anchorage had leaked out. Showing the big, yeah, yeah. Okay, well let's just definitely put Toulouse on the cards for this month. A week, not next week, but the week after. And then how long do we have left? A week and a bit. A week and a bit. What about that bit, that week? Okay, what about that week bit then? Okay, what's that, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, is it? Right, okay. We could bleed into June though, couldn't we? Yeah, we could bleed into June. I don't know, is it? No, 13th of... Yeah, I think so, still, right? Big carbon blades on this aeroplane, folks. ATR 72. Highly advanced carbon blades. Yeah, totally, yeah. Although, do they not? Yeah, no, I think so. I know that
ITA are a long way into their flight testing program. Well, not so much the flight testing program, but the up to the delivery schedule, because the aircraft's fully painted now as well and everything, isn't it? So. Sunday 4th of June to the Friday the 9th of June, you're right. Okay. So kind of need to do a show on the Friday before I go, or even the Saturday, mind you. Do a show on the Saturday. No, possibly. Just so it's as close to me going away as possible. Show. What are the winds doing on Wednesday? To it. Got 17 minutes to the switch over, folks. So any big jets, come on out. Let's be having ya. Almost like a silver sticker in a funny sort of way, like
almost like speed tape, but almost, well, it wouldn't be, would it? It was more like, very chromy. Flaps just now being retracted into the wing. Big winders on the gears are obviously already up. Big clunk as the doors close on the 380. So much going on there as well. Maurice, welcome Maurice. Should I say welcome back Maurice Ferguson to Big Jet TV as a member. Welcome back everybody. Hope you're doing well. Enjoying your Sunday. This is a stocker, a 777 stocker. No winglets on her. Cathay 350 touching down. That's 3 Cathay jets on the ground at London Heathrow. I think this is a clip wing. Michael G. Kelly just had a quick look back, and that Malaysian 350 must have broken regulations pulling behind that BA. Way too close. Yeah, folks, if you want to look back right at the beginning of the show, saw a very odd thing happen that we've never seen before, never witnessed before here on Big Jet TV, with a Malaysian jet obviously asked to line up and wait behind its accompanying jet, which was a 320 BA 320. And what they generally mean when they talk about that is line up and wait. You're talking about this kind of thing with the line up and wait. Sometimes they can almost creep up to this point here. We've seen that quite a few times before. That's holding at whatever point it is at Oscar or Saturn or Pluto or whatever it might be. There's different holding points around the airfield. Those 2 points there. Line up and wait would be a command given by air traffic control, which would slowly allow this guy to creep up behind this aircraft that's waiting to go out. What we had was the Malaysian came in from over there and literally went, oh no, actually, sorry, he came in from over there, literally turned in and right behind, almost less than 50 feet away from the aircraft in front of it, which was just a bizarre situation. And we'll probably post that later on YouTube to sort of like open it up as debate as to what people would think. Screaming Emu probably hasn't seen that. You want to scroll back to that one at the beginning of the show, or not right at the beginning of the show. I don't know when it was. Aviation in 4K. He's our man for the timestamps. Come on, sir, do your job. I pulled my C402 way too close to a 737 once. He was stuck in a hole and used a dollop of power to get it out of it and almost got blown away. And I almost got blown away. Wow. Nice clean BA jet,
obviously just had a wash. Just goes to show how well they brush up, scrub up, whatever. These older jets, and this one just lining up right now. I thought line up and wait was literally what this guy is doing now. Is that not line up and wait? Or is he already being given clearance for departure? I think there's two elements, isn't there? Line up and wait, which is or a straight out. You're clear for departure, straight from the turn-on point. Very valid point that Screaming Emu is making there, is that even a small jet like a 320 or even a CF34 powered Embraer can throw enough dust and grit at your windshield to make you write home about it in terms of the it could you know, pebble dash the flipping windshield. Sandblasting it. Yeah, very likely could have, but not only that, but also sandblasted the fan blades of the aircraft behind him. Carl Robinson, line up and wait means wait till the aircraft in front has moved. Okay, so that's line up and wait. This guy, this One World jet, I'm guessing. Now, is likely to get clearance. Maybe the 320 was just very slow in going out. Like, he's moving forward already, look. He's been given clearance to go, but he's sort of like assuming it now. And here he goes. Now he's thought about that one. Or she, should I say. Screaming Emu, yeah. Forget about the winch screen. It's probes and sensors and engines. Yeah, definitely. Imagine the smallest little bit of grip gets up inside your pitot tube. You're going to know about it, man, because that's going to give you false readings, isn't it? The little tiny piece of dust gets blown into the pitot tube, or tiniest little piece of debris that might get stuck inside there, and the sensors as well on the aircraft could be damaged by something that's thrust. That takeoff thrust is just something else. So yeah, we'll have to look back at that one.
the aircraft. You've got your angle of attack sensor, pitot tubes, your temperature sensors. There's a lot of important equipment at the front of that aircraft that relies on the airflow to give it its readings. Airflow sensors, that sort of thing. There are other sensors that measure the outdoor sort of like, environment, what's going on. In terms of wind speeds and all that kind of thing, but weather and obviously your weather radar is safely encased underneath a nose cone there, under the radome, as it's. But yeah, we're talking about a very small probe that allows the air to flow into the been around the pitot head, the airspeed indicator has been, the ASI has been around on aircraft since they were really since they had instruments really. Many times on A6 give 2 orders in a row. Well, to be honest with you, man, whatever ATC were saying at the time, the Malaysian jet was in the wrong, because visually that pilot should not be like, pulling in behind another aircraft before. If as the other one starts to move off, then obviously he can or she can move into position, start moving into position, but not when the aircraft is stationary and hasn't even started his takeoff run yet. So a lot of people on the chat now saying that they watched it and it was nuts. Yeah, Jeffrey Phillips, it is usually after the departing aircraft. Line up and wait, 27 right. Yes, indeed. But then at that point, after the aircraft has moved off, he may now get the clearance to take off. And this is what this guy's doing now, WestJet. Line up and wait behind the departing aircraft. So it's just gauging it. You're just gauging it. This is a standard procedure right now, what's happening here. Now, if this Aer Lingus jet just stops, which he's not going to, I don't think, he would have had to have slowed right down, but as you can see, timing it, it's all about timing, isn't it? He's gone. Jet blast is kind of over, really. It's far enough back, and now he can slowly make his way onto the runway. It's experience, yes indeed, pitot tubes. Some pitot tubes measure atmospheric pressure. Yeah, the outdoor environment, wasn't there? I saw something on that the other week. The Air Data Inertial Reference Unit for the outside environmental readings and all that kind of thing. The Aduru masts, which are on top of the aircraft, measuring outdoor environment. now a runway switch for London Heathrow, folks, where they're going to be going out. I think they're already lining up on the southern runway and then coming in on the northern. That's it from us. We will be back next week on Wednesday, of course. Let's just have a little look at the wind directions and see what we got next week. If this would only load up. Okay, 2-7 operations next week by the looks of it on Wednesday, so we'll make a decision as to whether we do an early one. There's a bit of rain due around about 4 o'clock in the afternoon through till 7, and if that's okay, so that would be arrivals on the southern in the afternoon. Want to get a little bit of water disbursement with the thrust reversers, don't we? That's always a good one to watch. So we'll let you know where we're going to be. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you to everybody. Thank you once again to our great friends here at the Courtyard Marriott. We really appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Great place to stay, folks. And of course, I think this is all open, or very close to being open, because they've got a menu or something around the corner there. But you can come and hang out in this little thing here, which is pretty cool in there. I mean, yeah. And of course, you can sit out here watching the Heathrow planes, listen to the seagulls. Great place to be, because obviously you are opposite the maintenance area here, and of course this is the northern runway here, part of the old runway here as well, because there used to be an air that little segment there, I think, is part of one of the old runways which ran sort of like across that way when it was in that sort of Star of David shape. Anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, so we'll be back. Oh. A bit close. Thanks everyone, really appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday wherever you are. Let's just have a little look, make sure everyone's all right. Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. Yeah, great to see you, folks. Thank you so much. Thank you to Jilly, of course, for looking after everything. And yeah, we will see you on Wednesday without failure. We're also going to post that 350 A220 lineup issue later on. I'm definitely going to post that, and anyone who wants to get involved in that, check that out as well. If you haven't scrolled back to it, I know Aviation in 4K is very good at doing the timestamps, so look back on the comments of this show and you'll be able to see his comments. But other than that, thanks folks, look after yourselves, and we'll see you next week. Cheers.